Hello everyone, this is Wei. Hello. So today we're going to talk about OpenLive3D and the work that we will be doing today will be mobile support. Right, so this is the work that we're trying to do. And hello Ghostweb, nice to see you. Nice to see you. By the way, yesterday we worked on the effect. So we work on the shaders effect. Uh, And we successfully make two different kinds of visual effect. One is a blurring effect, and another one is to change the color of the directional light that we currently have. And we will definitely need more. Yes, we will need more visual effects. For example, particle effects or something like that. But yeah, on yesterday we were not able to finish everything. Cool. I think one of the things that we can definitely do is that if we are able to finish the mobile support quickly, hopefully, which I doubt we'll be able to finish it quickly. And for tomorrow, we're going to have a better UI setting, right? So, and for tomorrow, we'll probably be able to finish it faster. And for tomorrow's stream, if we are able to finish it faster, I think one thing that we can do is that uh, we actually learned a lot in terms of like these 2 weeks. Haven't finished yet, but we already learned a lot. There are a lot of things that we can do. So uh, tomorrow's stream, one thing that we can probably do is that we can list down all the things that we learned that we will want to further develop and further improve. For example, there are a lot of visual effects that we can still do in the future, and how do others contribute to the project as well? Like maybe they can just add more visual effect, right? It should not be too complicated. And yeah, these are things that we can definitely discuss and do tomorrow. So for today, let's focus on the mobile support, right? So these are the things that I listed that if we want to have mobile support, these are probably the steps that we will have to start. So the first one will be the entry check modification, right? So if anyone have tried to use their mobile phone to access OpenLive3D, you'll see that it will come up with a message like mobile is currently not supported, and it will come to the mobile support page that tells you that yeah, the access is denied. And then the next page that you will see is that uh, there is a link that you can go to the GitHub. Right? So that's currently the mobile part. What we would like to do is that we are, instead of uh, directly having that entry check, we are going to modify the entry check function. So whenever the user actually come to that specific test page, come from the specific test page that we will be creating today, we will still let the user enter the mobile function, and then we can test if anything will actually work. Right. So that is the idea. But why mobile? Yeah. Mm, no particular reason. Just for people to still be able to access it. And one of the function one that we definitely have to do if we are supporting mobile is that the people will have to be able to download the video. Otherwise, there is no any use for it, right? So only when the user can download the video will that be useful. Right. So anyway, yes, I just checked on my mobile phone. That's why you are seeing that I'm stuck. So I just check on my mobile phone. Yes, currently we will redirect the user to the mobile page. Well, hopefully instead of third-party API, you can at least do this. So directly from home, from phone. Yes, let's see, let's see. I'm not exactly sure if this will ever work. And if it doesn't work, it is fine. So go through the step. The first one, we need to modify the checkpoint. So when this user is coming from a specific entry page that we'll create in the second point, we will not redirect the user. And the second one, production validation, is because we will need to push this new page to production uh, so that we can actually validate that on our phone, which actually takes some time. It takes around like 5 minutes or so. And loading, addition, sorry, logging, addition, and evaluation, right? So at this, we need to figure out why things are not working and why things are working, which is the most difficult part for software engineering, because most of the time we don't even know why they are working. So after we're able to fail, we should be able to figure out what logging that we would like to add. And the problem is, in the mobile phone, we're not able to open up a console log, right? Unlike our like laptop or PC, it is easy for us to open the console log for our website, but on mobile we cannot. So we might need to also add the mobile log window in order to print some of the log there, which will probably be the main point of development if we aim to do it. And then get the code to work somehow, right? This is the last part, and it might fail. So we don't guarantee that we're able to achieve everything today. Cool. So let's get started. Let's get started. Uh, from the page that we see, great. So now we're in the code. Let me see. Right. So I changed a little bit of the logic for this one, but currently, why I changed the logic to be like this. Just by the way, yes, I changed the logic to be like this because I found that if we are actually keep setting our parameters, for example, when we're keep adding our counters for the ML loop and also the visual loop counters, right? So those are the counters that we'll keep adding and we'll keep setting. So, but those counters are system parameters. We don't necessarily need to save or clear. Before, we do have a check inside the loop to check if that is a system parameters. We will not save it. But when we don't have the save function enabled, we will keep printing out clear config manager, which is an undesirable behavior. That's why I will change the code like this. However, in the current code, we are in a new branch, right? So that the branch that we were working on for the mobile part, for the visual effect, were the new branch, development branch. And the current branch that we are working on is the mobile branch that we just created. So this branch, you can see that there is no effect file. There is no effect file. This is the mobile branch directly, basically created based on the master branch. Right? So that's why we don't have effect file here, which should be fine because we aim to test directly to our production, right? So the thing that we would like to add, first of all, for the mobile check, currently, if the user is using mobile, and where are we using this information? So who is calling this mobile check though? Right, so we need to figure out who is calling the mobile check. Is it in controller? Yes, it's in controller. Cool. So when the user in controller, when the user just started the initialization loop, it will check different function, right? So when we're checking the mobile, if the user is using mobile, it will go into draw mobile, which should be in the UI. And let's see what we do for it. Right, so when the user is using mobile, we will redirect the user to mobile.html. So that is the problem, right? So when the user when the user is using mobile, we will redirect the user to mobile.html. So there are a lot of things that we could potentially modify. That is, we will need a new check here, and we will want to have some. Okay, so I think we don't need to change anything here because I think everything should be fine. But the idea is that we can change something. We can change something maybe in the index HTML for the entry. Alright, so let's change the index HTML then. Right. Let's create a new parameter. Let's call a var call test mobile entry false. Okay, and here we are doing this check, right? So when the user is coming from mobile and we're not using the test mobile entry, then we will draw mobile. I think this makes sense. And then we will create a new website, look almost exactly the same, that will set it to true. And I think the folder will be inside the index mobile test HTML. Index mobile HTML. Meh. Okay, let's do it. So is that enough? That should be enough, right? Do we do any further checks? I don't think so. I think that should be it. That should be it. So this is what we would like to push to the production. So let's see. Git. Wait a second. So first of all, let's check if this actually work in terms of the local services. So let's still start a testing website. I thought we don't need that today, but I think we still need to check if the thing that we modified actually is working. So we will still start a local host. Refresh. Interesting, interesting. Okay. Okay. Is that so? Okay, git add src. Alright, check the git status. Okay, look good, look good. And commit. Commit 23021. Mobile test. Push. Git set a string. Alright, so we're pushing the new branch mobile to our production. And now what we will need to do is to check out the master, git merge mobile, git push. So now we are pushing the code to our production into OpenLive3D. And we should not be seeing anything that is different here. I think we call index mobile.html, and that is not here yet. And we need to wait a while, I think. We need to wait a while until that is started. Index mobile HTML. Okay, we need to check the GitHub deployment to see when it will start and finish. It might take a while though. It might take 5 minutes. So within this 5 minutes, what do we need to do? Interesting. All right. So yes, I think this should be good, and we might take 5 minutes until the latest GitHub page is updated. Because we just pushed to the new code, and it will take a while for it to work. And we will have to keep refreshing. Okay, the GitHub page is now pushed. So when the GitHub page is pushed, we should be able to check that with the new page. Index mobile, yes. Okay, so now the page is up. Let's open up our phone, which is a bit sad that I don't have the thing set up. I don't have the like mobile monitoring set up, so you cannot see my mobile. But hey, you can imagine what I'm trying to do. I'm currently what the heck? Safari not supported? I should be using Chrome. I'm using Chrome. Okay, so let's check why. After we go past the mobile check, our iPhone is telling us that Safari is not supported. What the fuck? Safari not supported image processing in web today. Please use other browser for now. Is it because the but I'm using mobile Chrome. Or is it because in the iPhone it will actually be Safari Chrome? And when we detect the word Safari, we directly killed it. Uh, it could be problematic though. Alright, so let's see our browser check. Our browser check is complicated, I would say. It's complicated. Alright, so in the test, what if we also add this to the Safari test? Because we need it. Right, I think we need it. I think there is no way that we avoid this. Yep, so let's test this as well. Safari test. Push. Git merge mobile. Git push. Alright, so we need to wait 5 more minutes for the mobile to update. And I'm not sure if that will even update the code. I'm not sure how long it will catch in our mobile actually. But we push it again. So let's see how it will work. Right now I have pushed the code to our let me move it to here. Good. So I have just pushed another version into our master branch. And inside our master branch, yes, we are able to see that the code is updated again 1 minute. And here we have to see our deployment if the new code is updated again. So the new code seems to be updated again in our production. So let's refresh the page. What the fuck? Is there a way that is there a way for us to clear the cache in our mobile phone? Because I know how to do it in our laptop, but I don't know how to do it in our mobile phone. Alright, so let's use incognito to see if we will reload all the JS file. Okay, we reloaded all the JS file in the incognito friend, it seems. And we are running integration validation. When you see me pause, I'm actually looking at my cell phone. And the integration validation takes a very, very long while, which means something probably went wrong. And we have no idea to know what went wrong. Is there a way for us to check the console log? First of all, let's see. Mobile Chrome console log. Is it possible to open Developer Tool console log in Chrome? Uh, iPhone. I need to check iPhone. Alright, so here is a page. Hello, Rogren. Hello. Currently we are working on trying to get the website to support mobile as well. This is the first step, but we are stuck in how to debug on our iPhone. Open a new tab, go to About, Inspect, click Start Logging. Keep the tab open and open a new one. Huh. From now on, okay. Open a new tab and go to About, Inspect. What the heck is that? About, Inspect. Eh, okay. Let's try again. Open a new page. About. Where is it about? I see you are working on a fast feature app. Why are you building it in? Uh, what do you mean? So this is a basically either web-based or Electron-based. So it will be if it is web-based, you just open the website, right? So it is JavaScript, and if that is Electron, it's also JavaScript, but that will be an app that you can download on your currently only support Mac. So on your Mac, so you can check the Mac to see. Yes. So you can check the Mac uh, to start the application and run the program. So the program that I'm currently writing and I'm currently running, as you can see on the bottom right, is the OpenLive3D app that we're writing right now. Since I'm currently testing the code on mobile, I'm also opening the website version, which we are getting a lot of trouble for it to work. Like in again engines, we're not using a game engine. We're actually using the browser, and we are using the browser to directly run JavaScript. And uh, inside the browser, we run JavaScript, and we are triggering the several things. First of all, we're using Google Media Pipe to run the machine learning, and after we run the machine learning, we are connected that to our browser's webcam, and using the browser's webcam capture, we get the result from the machine learning, and then we send that to 3JS, which is the browser 3D engine, to render the 3D VRM models that we have, the avatar model. So we are building that directly into our browser. So unlike VC Face or some other tools that you might see, they are using a GAN engine. I believe for VC Face they are using Unity, but we are not using those. Huh. Alright, I'm still stuck in how to. Okay, I think I'm getting somewhere. About inspect. Is this so? Start logging. Start logging button to collect future JavaScript console log error from O tab. Okay, so I think we are onto something. We are onto something. Okay. I think we're collecting log. If it is B Electron, can I assume it will be multi-platform? Yes, it can be multi-platform, but there is a problem with it. The problem is that currently personally, I only have Mac. So since for Electron app, you can only build the app for your own environment. So currently, the only build version is for Mac. But if you are in the Electron code that we open source, right? So you can just search GitHub for OpenLive3D, and you will see OpenLive3D.electron repository. And inside the repository, you should be able to build the application for your own platform, like Windows or Linux. So let's see what went wrong in our code. Mobile true browser Safari Electron. No. Cookie clear. GUI. Loading model 100%. Video initialized. VRN model loaded. Start integration validation. What? Okay, I don't understand why it's stuck. I don't understand why it's stuck. So that's I'm currently checking the log on my mobile phone. I don't have the double screen connected, so you are not currently not able to see what I am seeing now. But what I can say is that we are trying to get its code going, and we are seeing that the ML and visual loop initialized, right? So by getting this ML and visual loop initialized, we can check our code. As long as I can get it running on Linux, you should be able to get it running on Linux. Uh, so you can go to right. So there are two ways that to get it running on Linux, right? So the first one is, of course, let me open up the test windows for you to see. Yes, so you can see the test windows, right? So the first thing that you can do is to run it on Linux directly using OpenLive3D.com. Right, so that's the easiest way. Just go to this website, OpenLive3D. And another way that you can run it is to go to the OpenLive3D.electron. Right, and inside this, you can just download the repository, npm install, and run this npm run make. When you run this npm run make, you will make the application file to run on your own system. I only have Mac, so that's why when I run this code, I will only get the execution file for Mac, the application for Mac. But if you're on Windows, if you're on Linux, you should be able to run this. Will only using MediaPipe, or will other trackers be supported? Good point. Good point. So for iFacial mocap, we actually did some study uh, a few days ago, and it is possible that it got supported. IFN, uh, iFacial mocap. Yes. So we are able to allocate this project by OB5VR, which is the one of the major developer of Pixiv, and he make this project for himself. That is in MIT license, and inside this project there is an IFN connector based on Node.js. So if we are able to copy some of his code, it is possible for our application to also be able to get the iFace mocap as well. But currently, it doesn't have the capability to do it. This is one of the target or future to-do list in the future, but we currently don't have a capability to do it. If you would like to do it, if you would like to help us, yes, this will be an interesting project to tackle because this is actually quite hard. If you check the code, it's actually quite a lot. And really thanks for OB5ER to actually build something like this. So yeah, he's the major developer of the 3VRM as well. The major libraries that we use from PixZiff to load the VRM format into 3JS. Right, so this is the library that we use. Cool. So yes, let's get back to our code, and we see that the user, after going into this, is seeing this line. The user sees this line in the log. ML and visual loop initialized. However, I'm unfortunately not a developer of any kind, but I can spread the work of the project as best as I can. If you like the project and you will want us to know, I will be very thankful to get it shared. And yes, we do have an active community in Discord for the feature discussion. And yeah, it, I would be thankful if you like be able to share it or like give us more developers to actually work on the project for especially for the building part, right? So we have all the code ready, but we don't have a Linux or a Windows environment to build the executor file. That is a shame, because it shouldn't be hard. So if we got others to work on this, that would be great. Cool. So let's see. In the code, we know that check integrate is executed. So check integrate is executed only when the VRM model is loaded, 3D model, and the machine learning model is also loaded, and also when the camera source is enabled as well. So all of these three are available right now. However, we are not able to get the code to run. Why is it? Why is it? Is it because we don't have face mesh? Could it be because I don't have a face mesh in front of the camera? But we should be using the selfie camera. Right, so okay, so let me debug this by opening up one of my personal photo and open up the web again. Camera access allowed. Integration validation, and it still don't get any result. How do we clear it? Start. Okay, so apparently no, that should not be the problem. I can get some eye on it for sure. No idea if anyone who sees it will be able to help though. Yeah, this is definitely fine. It's definitely fine. I have been developing this for more than 2 years, and most of the time it's just me, so don't worry about any of it. Uh, we have a lot of like friends, and we got some contributors that don't actually code, but they will push me to code anyway, so it should be fine. Cool. So we identified that this is not because not because that we are not able to allocate any person. That's not the problem. The problem is that we are not able to validate. Okay, so we're probably inside this visualization loop. Draw loading. What's up? Hello, Sincere. I can, yep. So Sincere, for example, Sincere uh is one of the contributor developers that help us to save 6 hours of development time yesterday, right? So yeah, we do have a lot of people to help. Not necessarily just directly contribute to the code, but provide some ideas for us to improve. Great. So now we identified the mobile execution stuck here. Within these 6 checked, the set new metadata is working. So we know from the log. The post image, we're not sure. This could be the reason why it doesn't work. Draw loading, let's see that from our UI. In draw loading, we will draw the loading screen, which we are able to see that is successfully finished. So this one is finished. Set camera callback. In set camera callback, I believe what we are trying to do is to connect the camera to our visual frame. Yes. So this is what we do. We are not able to identify if this one is correct or not. But I am guessing that this shouldn't go wrong when we have both the camera and also the layout ready. And the next one, create camera layout, shouldn't go wrong as well since we have the draw loading finished. So the two things that could went wrong is post image and request animation frame. And post image is the one that especially could definitely go wrong because we are trying to, by default, load everything in. We're trying to load everything inside the post frame, inside another thread, right? So we know that we're trying to load the machine learning model in another thread. But in mobile, I'm guessing that is the one that could very much go wrong. And in the visualization loop, let's see the visualization loop. In the visualization loop, we will keep checking until we have the VRM model and check image ready. Yes, those are ready. And we will actually keep looping. Keep looping until we have a good go to correct the metadata and also hide the low box. And currently, from what we are seeing, initialize is executed, validated is not executed. So from what we are seeing, these two are not executed. So it is never good to go, which means inside our manager in the core, we never receive a machine learning result. That is validated machine learning result. So there are two things that we can check. One is that did the machine learning still return result, which I doubt if that return result, because if that is running in another thread and that is not supported, the code will not provide any result whatsoever. But we can still check that. So the first point that we will want to check is where is it? Where is it? Is inside, probably inside the manager, we will want to find on worker result. This is the part where we're trying to bind everything into on worker result. Is this so? I want to see where is the first time that we are executing, that we are receiving. Okay, good to go. Good to go. So when we actually get the result, we will execute this. However, this only means that we have the result from the worker. Hmm. Alright, so this is tricky. This is tricky because we don't want to change too much of our code so that it become extremely buggy. And let us see also for one of the check that we have. Is it called hand? So we have one checking that will validate tracking mode. Yes. Oh, it's okay. So we are already using tracking mode here. Okay. So there is a conflict in the core that we're using, and also a conflict in the yeah, basically in the controller that we're using, right? So if we're searching for tracking mode, yeah, we will not be able to see tracking mode here. But if we're searching for hand tracking, yes, we're able to see hand tracking. That is because the current controller is in an older version, and we are not updated to the core version. So we are not able to update our code currently. So what we will be able to do is to only check, only modify the uh, this interface of our code. So how do we modify that? How do we add the log to see everything is actually happening? Uh, I think we directly bind the worker result to the manager, and the camera connection part is tied to it as well. So that will be directly independent from our controller. So inside our controller, what we will be able to see is probably set some parameters, right? So let's set some of the parameters in the here, in here. So one of the parameters that we know that we set is test mobile entry, which we probably should make it a configuration. So let's make it a configuration then. Inside the config, let's add one called test mobile entry. And the test mobile entry will be default to false. Right, so test mobile entry is a system parameter. Great. And for test mobile entry, what we will like to do inside our index is that we don't need to set it because that will be by default. That will be by default false. But we will need to get here. Get a config manager variable that is a test mobile entry, right? So we have to get if the test mobile entry is false or not for not just this one, but also this variable, which is good. And we can also in our index mobile, we can set config manager value to true. Don't know. So anything written on web will already adapt to mobile. That is not true. That is not true because uh, because we're using some of the advanced function for our web as well, so we are not able to have everything directly running on our mobile, sadly. Uh, so today is the day that we are trying to get it to work. And we are hypothesizing the first thing that could get it to work. I'm directly testing on my mobile right now, and it is not working. We might have to um, come back to get a wire to charge my phone because it's using a lot of the power. I think we might get it to run out of power very soon. But let's see. I think one of the parameters that we set is multi-thread. Where is the multi-thread? Okay. Alright, multi-thread, true. Cool. So we want to set multi-thread equal to false in our test mobile as well, right? So this can be the reason why our mobile is not starting, right? So let's check our code, and we are modifying quite a few files. This one, this one, and we want to add this file, config, and also the control file. Status, yes, git commit 21 mobile fix push. We are pushing to mobile. We want to merge to our master as well. Git push. And now we can wait for a few minutes. Right, so are we receiving the latest code in our code? We are receiving the new code, and inside the release, we successfully push to the new page as well. And that is fast, that is fast. And now, let's test again. Alright, I have to, in our config manager, change one of the logic. Otherwise, we will got a lot of the noise that I don't like to see. Where is it? Okay. So let's change the logic before. Okay. With this logic change, okay, so let's change the logic after that. Right. Stop. Start. And in the log, let's refresh it. How do I refresh it? Go. What the fuck? Okay. Uh, mm, how do I check? Okay. The mobile phone is really hard for the moment. I really don't like it. Is it the one? No. Fuck, man. Index dash. What the fuck? What? What went wrong though? Okay, so I don't know what went wrong. Test mobile entry when I set it to true. I'm guessing in config manager that is set to true. Oh, that should be set to true. Okay, let's check the log then. I don't get it. I don't get it. Why is it not working? Alright, so okay, so inside the config, when we are initialize the loop, initialize. Inside initialize, I think we initialize the loop. Init core, init config, load this, health check. Inside init config, create layout init core. Where do we call init loop? We don't code init loop? Oh, we code it here, init loop. And here we're setting variables. Mobile is an issue on its own, but you gotta do it. Yep. That is the yeah, that is the mental model that we're going for here. Okay. Okay. So it doesn't work. Something doesn't work. But we need to see why it doesn't work. And when here I'm trying to set the test mobile entry to true, but apparently inside the init loop we don't actually see these two be changed. And I'm guessing that is because while we're doing init loop, we are also running the initialize. And inside initialize, we will init configuration. And inside configuration, we could be rewriting everything. So that could be the reason why these initialization doesn't work that way. One possible thing that we could do is to move it down like this. But I think that would be a bit stupid. But is there other way that we can here change things here? I don't think there are other ways that we change things, right? Okay, so let's see. Let's see. Let's see if we can get it to work this time. Yeah. Alright, is it pushed to the master and we can refresh the page to see when this will be updated. And it will take a few minutes for that to be updated as well. It is updated now. So let's try it. Let's try it. Okay. Okay, we might need to refresh the page. Somehow. Go. Allow. Okay, camera access allowed. But we're still stuck. And we want to check the log. Yep, how do we check the log then? Hmm. JavaScript. Chrome inspect. Chrome inspect. Okay. Does it work like that? Inspect. Chrome inspect. Start logging. And let's see. We're getting some error. And we want to refresh the page. Go. Allowed. Integration validation. And since start, stopped. Okay, let's see. Initialize, ML and visual loop initialize, and then alert error. Set new metadata and alert error will happen. Yeah, we pretty much know this. So we are still stuck. We're still stuck in the same place. We're still stuck in the same place even when we have the multi-thread set to false. Multi-thread set to false. And then we start to do the initialization. Let's see in the initialization. We have the model loaded, and then we will try to pause the image. And when we try to pause the image, let's see. Okay, pause image is in manager, it seems. Yes. When we try to pause the image, we will get the ML model and pause image. And inside this, we should be seeing the one that we are using, the single thread facial landmark model. That should be the one that we're using. However, even though we're using the single thread facial landmark model, well, okay, so we should see one log. he seems, that we called holistic model connected. Are we seeing that? Are we seeing that holistic model connected in our log? Holistic model connected. Yes, we are seeing that log. Holistic model connected. Okay. Which means we should have the three initialized. Controller initialized. That is so problematic. Okay, so that multi-thread is actually such a large problem, but I think there could have one way that we evaluate it. That is using uh, our Safari to check. So I just opened our Safari right now. And let's see, because the Safari should have similar web socket support, not WebSocket, sorry. Safari should have similar web worker support. So as our iPhone. So I'm opening up our Safari, and where can I see? Where can I see the developer screen? Uh, so where is that? Okay, I'm not used to Safari at all. So Safari console. JS console. Find your browser. You first need to enable development menu. Develop JavaScript console. Okay. Develop JavaScript console. Where is it? Show JavaScript console. Where the heck? Okay, okay, okay. Okay, so what error we're getting? Browser does not support creating object URL. Unhandling promise rejection. Reference error cannot find variable alert. What? Worker. We shouldn't be using worker, right? Holistic worker. That doesn't make sense. What the fuck? Guess CMV multi-thread. False. Uh, don't know about Safari, but I always test my web app on Firefox. Okay, the reason why I'm testing with Safari is not because I want to get Safari to support it, is because there is a problem with my phone. And the phone web worker support is actually very similar to Safari's web worker support. That they are lacking of other features that normally will be supported in Chrome and Edge and Firefox. So that's the only reason why I'm open Safari, because the Safari is a more similar to environment to our phone. Why is this not working? All right. So the current problem that I seem to be facing is that this model configuration thread is not getting the information that I wanted to get. So inside the manager, we're using this multi-thread, and we are getting the ML model with a thread, right? We should be using this, but it seems like we're not using it. How come? I think that function is tested. Okay, so I got to check. How do I check though? Yeah, how do I check? Hmm. Okay, let me check again for the multi-thread. It's now true. When this is true, when multi-thread is true, why are we using worker still? We should not be using worker. And let's test with our Chrome. Alright, so when we get that it will be true, and we set it to false, oh sorry, when we set to false, we will be using single thread then, right? Setting, general. Are we using single thread or multi-thread? Let's see. Parameter, general. Yes, so now we're using single thread. So if we open up this one, and we will be in multi-thread again. Okay, so that is interesting. That is interesting. So the point is, in Safari, let's set it again. We wanted to use single thread. So we set it to false. But when we set it to false, it is still trying to use multi-thread, it seems. It doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. Because we are not. Shit. Did my Safari crash? Holy shit. Holy shit, my Safari crashed. Doesn't really make sense though. Okay. Uh Myra. Okay. Mm-hmm. Safari Electron undefined. Cookie clear initial configuration. And then we should have a set parameter somewhere. And we don't see it. Why? I think we should be able to see some configuration setting. No, no. One is system parameter, so when we clear it, we don't save. But one is not system configuration, right? multithread. I don't think I spelled anything wrong, did I? I didn't spell anything wrong. But how? So what I am trying to see right now is that inside our Safari, I'm trying to set the multithread equals to false, which means for the initial model to run, it should be running. It should be running the single thread model, but it doesn't seem to be like that. How do we retrigger it again? Can we trigger it like this again? Still waiting on wrong dependencies. What the heck? How do I set it to run correctly? How do I set it to run correctly? It is still trying to access the holistic model, which doesn't make sense because we're trying to set everything into multi-thread, sorry, into single thread. So it shouldn't try to access the holistic model. But I still see in the log that our Safari is trying to access the holistic model. Cannot find variable alert. Where is it? Okay, so worker 44. Let's see worker 44. That is a wait. Oh, sorry. I spelled it wrong. Await. Await is not supported. But even if we get an error here, it shouldn't be a problem. Right? Unless because of this line, we are not able to get the code to run through this check. But I think when we use this new worker, we'll already run through everything. Wait a second. So why? And we're still in this integration validation, which means we still have some object initialized for our worker. Okay, so let's see. If the setting is correct, when we are trying to get the model from the worker, we should actually see the model is a single thread model. Let me add the yes, it's a single thread model. Okay, first of all, let me add the Safari test into our OBS so that you can see what I'm doing. Safari, yes, is occupying everything. Okay, so this is a Safari test that we're currently running, right? So we are having three different things running for now. On the left, we have the Chrome version testing running. On the right, we have the Safari version running. And we are getting error, a lot of error. And we are checking what went wrong. So we can see that in the machine learning model that we're trying to run, we are what? Syntax cannot get to be variable. Okay. So the code that we're trying to run is that we're trying to get our model, right? And the model is correctly the single thread model, right? So this is a single thread model that we are trying to get. So, but we're still getting a lot of error, which we need to further debug. So let's see. So can we get the image? We can get an image data. Let's stop our Chrome-based testing because this is occupying quite a lot of information. So in the image data that we capture, yes, we are able to see information. So there are things inside the capture, which is not the problem. So can we get the result from it? We are sending something. What the heck? What? Type error undefined is not an object. What the fuck? So what went wrong then? Anonymous function, ARM magic. Um, ARM magic 68. ARM magic. I have not seen ARM magic went wrong for a long time. So 68 here. Ah! ARM scale. Why is this so different? Why is it so different? Okay, so it seems like, okay, let's refresh our Safari, allow image, and it seems like the part that stopped running is actually we don't actually need to care about that too much if we just run this pause message here. What? If we run the pause image, we are still getting everything as error. Doesn't make sense. We're still getting everything as error. That doesn't make sense to me. Why? Okay, if we're running this, why? And then only after, okay, so this only appear when the model is already disappearing, right? So when our VRM model is disappearing, it will get this. But okay, so there are just so many things that went wrong. It's just hard to debug. For the Safari part. Okay. So, mm, mm, uh, okay. So how about? Okay, so one thing that I'm thinking, one idea that I'm currently thinking is that the worker initialization inside our landmark manager will cause both Safari. We're currently hypothesizing that the worker initialization in our landmark manager here in these 4 lines will cause our both Safari and also our mobile phone to bug out, to create some error. And when we get error from these 4 lines, uh, everything under that is kind of buggy. And if the idea is that if we are able to not initialize these two, the multi-thread holistic worker and and also the face worker, when we are in mobile or when we're using Safari, it could possibly work. That is the hypothesis. So we need a way to evaluate if that is true. Mm, okay. So let's evaluate if that is true. Let's evaluate. How do we evaluate? One of the idea is that uh, is that okay? So first of all, we need to find a way to kill the loop. Uh, how do we kill the loop then? Because this is a lot of loop that is running. And also, it doesn't make sense. Yeah, this Safari part just doesn't make much sense though. I still don't understand why it worked like this. And only when we actually run these lines directly into the console, will the model pass. And everything else is still buggy. Um, why? We are not having the loop to keep running, right? Can we just... Okay, so let's see if this could work. Let's refresh the Safari page again. And let's set equals to null. And null is not an object. Manager 119. Manager 119. Here. So we are trying to run post message. But who is triggering this post image? Because this post image is triggered without getting the correct multi-thread. And it keeps triggering inside. It should be here, right? I don't see anywhere else that we're trying to trigger it. Let's see the log. Holistic model connected. Holistic model initialized. Holistic model connected. Controller cookie cleared. And holistic worker in... What the heck? Why are we having 3 holistic worker initialization? Oh yeah, so 1 is single and 2 in the workers. Okay, okay. And then the initialization failed because we cannot get the alert. And then what happened? Can we see inside this manager who is calling it? What? Health manager is calling the pause image. What? Initialize set interval. Health manager. Let's see. In the health, pause image. But why is pause image not getting the correct configuration? It just doesn't make sense. Why is pause image not getting the correct configuration then? Because we know that when we are trying to get CMV, we're trying to get multi-thread and this equals to false. But when we are sending pause message, let me try to have the pause image again. When we are sending this pause image again, we are getting this null as pause message because okay, that just doesn't make sense. It means that in our health, okay, so let's check the pause image function that we defined. It is an async function. Could it be because it is an async function and this function is catch somewhere, or this function is like queue somewhere, and when that is queued inside the health check. Let's see the health check in our control health manager. So inside the health manager, when it tries to keep calling the pulse image, it will call exactly the same function. Uh, Instead of actually changing the config, model config. Is everything stuck? Hmm. Should we not do it like this? Should we pass the model configuration inside the pulse image when we're calling this function instead of using this get global parameters to do the computation? Because I understand that using the global parameters to do the computation is a bit risky. Okay, this doesn't justify why the entire setup is still messed up, but that could be the reason. Alright, so let's see. In that case, are we able to get a working model? We can. And we actually get the first result that seem to have some actual results. Okay, good. But after the first result, everything bugs out. And after everything bugs out, the arm magic is failing again because, of course, because we don't get the model anywhere. Right. So here, if we're updating, let's see, let's upload the model from maybe myself. Are we able to load a model in the correct place? Nope. 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 We don't see the model anywhere. And there is still no to the object post message. Okay. I still don't see how this is not working. And I don't see how things are working this way. And we are getting trouble because one of the problem that the editing is hard is also because we're having conflict in our develop branch and master branch, and the conflict is preventing us from directly making changes to our core, right? So we know that we have separated our core function with the master function, right? So we cannot make direct changes to our core, and that is preventing us from changing some of the core function. So I think instead of keep working on this, we have been working on it for 1.5 hours. We should synchronize our core and our master right now. Right now. But to synchronize the core and our master, we do have to make an update to our develop branch as well, so that the function on the side is not altered, right? So we will have to do some UI changes before we merge our core. So let's do it then. So let's do the UI changes before we can merge our core. So that's first. Okay. Let's check out to our develop branch. Nice. So we are now in our develop branch. As you can see, everything look the same, but it's actually slightly different. You can see that we have a neat effect here. That is the effect. And what we will need to do is in our GUI, and this file doesn't exist anymore, right? So in our GUI, in the develop branch, the first thing that we will have to do is to git merge master. Automatic merge failed. Fix config, then commit the result. Good. So we know that there are conflict somewhere in the code. Where is config? Let me check where is the conflict. I will need to figure out where are the conflicts. Okay, so it seems like we have to search for this one. Find. Okay, so in the config manager, that's it. Okay, that's good news. So inside the config manager, where is the conflict? Uh-huh. Yes, so inside the conflict manager, we have these that we will want all of them. That is good. And here we have we will want both of them as well. Yes. And is there anywhere else? No. Okay, so I think we solved the config. Good. Okay. Should that be the conflict? If that is the conflict, let's see. New file, both modified. Modified. Control manager. Change to, okay. Let's see if the current actually worked though. Let's reload everything. And we are able to, yes, see that to work. That is good news. And that don't necessarily just need to work. There are things that we still need to change as well. That is the UI. So let's make the UI change first. So in the UI change, we want to make the old UI still there and new UI available. And we will have both options. That will need to create a new parameters inside our config called well, how should we call them? Tracking mode UI collapse. tracking mode UI collapse. Am I spelling everything correct? Collapse, yes. So this one is default to false. And we have another tracking mode UI. Sorry, we have another one called mode UI collapse. And these two is actually set to be selectable, right? So these two are the thing that we can actually modify. So where do we modify them? I think inside setting. Inside setting, we can have one maybe called UI or something. Does that make sense? Or should we add it to the end of general? Let's create a new tag called UI, and that's added here. That's evident there. So we have two new UI module, right? UI mode, UI tracking mode collapse, UI mode collapse, and these will affect our UI. So when these are changing, when these two are changing, we will need to create a new. Alright, so hand tracking position. Let's make it here. Wonderful. So what we are trying to create is something called UI mode collapse. Cool. What we're trying to create is two of these, and one is called tracking, another one is called UI, right? Yes, UI mode collapse. Cool. And these two should be bowling. These two should be bowling. And in bowling, how are we checking that? Multi-thread. Okay, so for bowling, it's just true and false. It's obvious. Uh, let's use this collapse tracking mode UI, and this one collapse mode UI. Make the UI selection change the UI selection frame framework format. This one as well. Another thing that we want to check for true and false, that is called valid. And also we need to add these two into the binary. Yes. This one is mood collapse. Right. So with these change, are we able to see this in the config already? Let's see. In setting, we are having a UI with these two. And yes, they do have the corresponding true and false tag that is there. Uh, but the true and false is reversed. So let's see. The mood should not be collapsing, false. The tracking should be collapsing. Okay. So after these are set, inside our GUI, we should have a different display format. Whenever we run the create mood layout, I think, where is it? Create mood layout. We are trying to create the layout for mood selection plus the tracking selection, right? And inside those, what we should be doing is that we should be able to track their back. Okay, so we are setting everything here. Display as none, right? So this display none in the code that we're seeing right now. Okay, we're having a lot of the testing. Let me remove something. We don't need a Safari anymore, as for now. Let's remove it. And for the testing code, yeah, it can be there. So let's keep going. Right, so this hand diff style display equals to none is a part where we disable everything. I think we can still have it there. It shouldn't make too much of a change. The part that we are actually changing everything is here. Display all mood and display all tracking mode. And this is the interesting part. The interesting part is that we are actually changing the mood here, right? So in mood select, if we are clicking this in mood select, what does it mean? And also there we have it in tracking mode select. It means that we are already able to do the selection, right? So there's two things that could happen. One is that if we're not in selection mode, what does it mean? It means that all the UI are collapsing, right? So everything is collapsed. But if the UI is not in collapse mode, things will not be collapsed anyway. So what we will like to do is when things in select mode or we are not collapsing. Right. Does it make sense? Yes. It is either we're in selection mode or we are not collapsing. Right? So when we are not collapsing in the set tracking mode select. Okay. We will be set the new variable. I'm still thinking if I am making sense of everything. Yes, that should make sense. That should make sense. Okay, so we also change here. But for the mood, right? Good. So if UI mode is collapsing, yes, then we will also go into here, which means for this displayed all mood, we don't need to care about that, but we need to care about set mood select. And for set mood select, that will be different for the two mode that we know here. One is the mode collapse and one is the mode not collapse. These two will be different. And how do we set the difference between them? So let's see. So we know that where's the two? Display all mode, display all tracking mode. Yes, and also set tracking mode select and set mood select. Right. So these two functions are the function that we want to adjust. The first one that we want to adjust, let's do the move select, is that we want to, instead of set that to none, if we are collapsing, set to none. That's good. If we're not collapsing, we should set to invert. And can we invert the div instead of the object? I think we can, because yesterday we also tested it, that the div filter will also work as an image. Like we can still apply filter to it, right? And this is actually should be set to none. And in that case, if we are selecting something, okay, so if that is collapsed, the one that got selected, we don't need to change it. And the one that is not in collapse mode, we will set it to invert. And let's see if this even work first. And everything disappeared. Just like how they should. Let's see. So in the sidebar, this should be the sidebar. Or this, okay. So this is a sidebar for the mood bar. And inside the mood, we have the logo, the face, the upper body, which is currently not visible, the mood auto, which currently have a display of none because that is initialized as none. So that's great. This is what we will need to make them visible. So it means if the mood is collapsed, we have to make everything visible. Let's see. Yes, we kind of we make everything visible now, and let's select, and they are working. They are kind of working, and then we can in the setting in the UI, if we set the collapse UI to true, and we select and 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 that doesn't really work. uh, and that doesn't really work. Okay, let work to a degree. Now work to a degree, but it doesn't work for everything. And that's something that we probably need to change. Okay, so for UI, if we unselected it, it is appearing, which is good. Okay, so for that part, we want to know where we should change it. All right, all right, all right. Instead of having display all mode here, what I'm thinking is that we actually have everything set to be very bu, 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 bu. Mm, interesting. So the filter will always be need to be clear, right? So we don't really need to care if that is not clear or not. So the filter will always need to be clear, which is good. And the the one that got selected will change either their display or their filter, which is good. I think this logic makes sense. So the part that we also need to change will probably be the initialization part. When things got selected, not from here, but in the configuration. So in the configuration, not the log, yes, but here inside the binary configuration, when things are clicked, we will check. That is good, but that is not good enough. How do we? Can we just add it here? If config item key is but I don't want to just modify the config item. I want to modify the group. Okay, so if the config modifier then, if the config modifier where are we using it? Config modifier length. Yes, so that is a problem. Oh, if the key, but we're using key in so many different places, don't we? Okay, we didn't. That is good news. Okay, so if the key is UI, if the key is UI, it means that we have to refresh something. So we have to refresh our UI, which we probably need to create mood again. Create mood layout. Let's see. Let's see. Put it here and refresh. All right. So this is the normal setup. And inside setting, inside UI, if we collapse it, and And yes, and they are automatically created. And we can set different mode, and they are pretty much fine. And one, now two are all collapsed. And if we uncollapse it, yes, everything is set to be correct. And the one that we want to change as well will be the tracking mode. So the tracking mode is more complex because we will also want to change the background of the tracking mode image, which we want to be able to do so. But how do we do it simply? Alrighty. So let's check if we can have the cover. Okay. So the icon that we want to change right now is that we know that we have three icons here, right? We have the face, we have the upper body, we have the full body, and what we want is to have the one that is kind of like deselect. So let's copy the format, pass it here. It doesn't look very good. It doesn't look very good, but is it good enough? Is it good enough? I would say this is better. Okay, what about? Okay, let's use this then. Let's use this. So let's export the image. Uh, let's export the image. Body and full body. And let's save these images into our assets. Sorry, not into our code as a new assets. Hand. Face only, full body, upper body. Good. Keep both. Upper, full body. Keep both. Yes. And now let's just make it. The naming is so bad, but what about what anyway? Full body 2, upper body 2. Hmm. Okay, and then we can check the size of it. That is 110, 110. And we can modify it. make the tool, adjust size, 310, 310, save. Okay. And also, let's close our cover and have the image, the second one, change again. Okay, let's crop it. And then let's adjust the side to 310. Okay, and save it. Nice. Good. So now we have the image prepared. Let's set the UI changes as well. So inside the UI, we have a loaded and non-loaded that we just set for our mood. And we want to change that also for our tracking mode. And we need to find where those codes are. So after create layout, we have display tracking, and yes, those are here. So there are two different possibilities. Get CMV, UI, tracking, mode, collapse. So if that is collapse, yes, we can have the none. But if that is not collapse, how do we do to it? What do we do to it? The idea is that we have the ID set to obj and the hand object, where is it? The hand object src, and we directly change src. So we can change the hand object src to tracking mode 2. That doesn't make sense. Yeah, that doesn't make sense too much. That doesn't make too much sense. Okay. How about let's change both of these initialization to false. And for everything that will not work, we change it to 2. And that also means that it will always be initialized as 2. And only when we are selecting it, we will change it to and here we will always need to set everything to block. Like this. And when we set, we change it to block. Yes. And now, if okay, so correct. If get CMV UI tracking mode is collapse, we will change it right. So if the UI is collapsed for tracking mode, we will change the block to the only block that is not collapsed to, sorry, that is not num to block. And if it is not collapsed, which means all the block will be blocked. And when all the block is displaying, we're going to change the color of it to the black background color. So let's restart everything to check. This is such a bad idea. Because this is very ugly. I don't like the gray color background. So let's change. Let's change the only one that is selected to. Wait a second. Okay. So wait a second. Let's see if in parameters, sorry, in setting in UI, we want to make it not collapse. What the fuck? What the fuck? Where is our mood? Our mood disappeared. What the fuck? Why? It doesn't make sense though. How? It shouldn't affect. How is it possible to affect it? What? Okay. So, okay. So when we are trying to so collapse the mood UI, it kind of work. Okay. So one thing that I would want to change first is that whenever things got collapsed, I will still want to change the color of it because it just makes sense. Because it's also more pretty in my point of view. And for here, I will also want to change the color because it's also more pretty in my point of view. So let's just change the color. But the part that I don't understand is why are these two interconnected? And everything just disappears somehow. What? What? I don't see how they disappeared. If tracking mode collapse. How? Or we shouldn't initialize everything display equals none. Okay then. That's also good. The check here. I thought we have that tracking mode collapse. I thought we have it verified. Select the tracking mode. And if we don't have that check, if mood collapse, mood div will be none. But that shouldn't affect us. And everything still disappeared. What? Why? Okay, so in the sidebar, we have the logo, we have the face only, we have the upper body, and everything else disappeared. But the face only and the upper body object are displayed as none. Huh. These are also very interesting, though. Okay. Hmm. How come? How come? Are we removing anything that we shouldn't remove? Let's see. Let's see. So if we in our setting try to change collapse both into non collapse, and in that case we refresh the code because we have the save setting on. This means these two will appear, which is not perfect yet because although their display is set to block, uh, although their display is these two are set to block, uh, they should one of them should be changing their SRC, like what we have here. SRC set to PNG, but that is not changed. Hello, Rick. Hello, Rick. Yeah, we're currently debugging the UI. I'm trying to set the UI selection for the user, but it turns out that things are not going the way we thought it should go. So, how the boys doing? Yeah, we're doing pretty well. We're doing pretty well, as usual. So, I don't see. Okay, should I change the tracking mode to new tracking mode? Hmm, is that the problem? Is that the only problem? It should be the only problem. Okay, let's see. That is the only that is the actual only problem. Interesting. Okay. So now we have both. The one that is in black is the one that got selected. And when we change the model, we can capture our hand. Good, 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 good. And we change the model back. We only capture our head, and that is good. That is good. Let me adjust my body a bit. Good. And when we change our facial expression, it also change. And let's have the setting in the UI. If we collapse the UI, then this will be collapse, and we can still change it. Yes, change it back. And in our move selection, we can also change it to collapse or not collapse. And the one that got selected will be in black. That is good. I like it. I like it. I think this is looks good. Cool. So the default one will probably be collapsing tracking mode and not collapsing move selection. Does it make sense? I think it makes sense. So let's make the change. Collapsing tracking mode, not collapsing move selection. And this one should be good to go as the dev branch, right? Git status. Uh, yes. Let's see. New file, both modified, and some new tracking. Yes. And we dev UI update. Good. So we are pushing the dev branch and we are checking out our master branch to merge our dev branch. And we are pushing to production. Holy shit, is that too aggressive? Let me check if our master branch actually work. Let me check. I think it's a bit too aggressive. Uh, is it working? I think it is working. Okay. At least for our local host is working, which is good. Localhost working meaning that our production should hopefully also be working as well. Let's check. So when we refresh, we can check the deployment. That's still 1 hour ago. And in our master branch, we just updated 1 minute ago. And we will need to wait for the deployment to work, which will take around 3 to 5 minutes. So right now we're waiting for our code to be pushed to the GitHub page. And when we are changing some of the more fundamental assets, especially when we're changing assets, the push will be a little bit longer. However, it should still be relatively fast. But of course, unlike the HTML changes that we did, this one should be a little bit longer. Longer meaning like 3 to 5 minutes. Right. The reason why we're changing this is because we want to synchronize the master branch together with our dev branch so that we can actually change our master branch directly into the core. The reason why we want to change directly to the core is because there are some problems when we try to debug the mobile version, and also not just the mobile version but also for Safari, and we're trying to use Safari to mimic some of the capabilities of our mobile. And 3 minutes, still not done yet. So that's the reason why we're doing this change. Okay. Another problem that I also want to learn is that why sometimes our model will fly away. why 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 did our model fly away? Sometimes I have no idea. It shouldn't. I mean, why? But yeah, sometimes it will fly away. I have no idea why though. Release, still not deploy. Cool. How's everyone going? Get the things done. Safari sucks for basically any kind of testing. Yes. That's why we're using Safari to mimic the environment of our cell phone, because our cell phone browser is also suck for every kind of testing as well. And apparently how our mobile phone, I mean iPhone, initialize our browser is very similar to how our browser work with the web workers as well. So they use similar method to initialize a web worker. So that's why we are trying to use Safari to mimic the environment of our mobile phone testing, because Safari, at this, you can still see the log. In our mobile phone, yes, you can also see the log, but it's hard to track, and you cannot interact with it. You cannot type JavaScript into the console, so it's harder to debug. Yeah, I completely agree. What a death trap. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. That's true. Hmm. Yep. What a death trap, though. Is there can I also check some luck? Nope. Ooh, I can check the log. Okay, so next time when the electron bugs out, I will try to check the log. Let's see. Okay, cool. So right now, let's see if the production is actually on. Still not deployed yet. After 6 minutes. Right, so we want to see. Anyway, so something should be up, and I think based on the local 8080 test, this one should work just fine. Uh, but even though that worked just fine, we still want to test the capability to run single thread on other worse browser, basically, like Safari, which is a worse browser. And yeah, why is it so long though? I mean, the previous one only take like 5 minutes. Yeah, like I said, whenever we have something to do with the assets, it will be longer. This is a known fact, but I still don't know why this time it is still much longer than previously. All right then. Other than this, other than this, uh, without having that in production, we can still try to see what we will need to do for things to change, right? One of the idea that we have is that for our manager, we actually align the config by passing the configuration into it instead of getting the global configuration like what we're doing here. It would be very hard though, because we're just getting a lot of the global configuration. Dynamic ML duration, yeah. Yeah, it would be very, very difficult because we are using a lot of the global variables all across all files. Yeah. I don't see how this can be, how this should be different. And this should be dynamically changed as well. I still don't know why Safari cannot handle this pulse image part. It's still a mystery to me today. And the deployment is still not finished. Well, so if the deployment is not finished, we'll probably not be able to change. To evaluate this is still the same in our browser, in our Safari. So let's see what else we can change. before we do the evaluation for that. What else we can change? Oh yeah, we want to block the machine learning model initialization here, right? Yes, we want to block that here. So when the new worker is triggered, hmm, when the new worker is triggered, what we already know is that if that is Safari or potentially our uh, cell phone, the worker will cause some error. Right? So this is a known fact. So the thing that we want to change is that when still not updated, when the user is using some browsers that is not supporting multi-thread, instead of initialize the workers, we set everything into a single thread. Doesn't make sense, right? We just use a single, right? We set everything into a single thread so that when they are code, they will all code to a single thread. So here we want to check the global variables to see if we are using Safari, right? And that's for now, right? If we're using Safari, is there a global variable for our browser? I don't think we have global variable for our browser, but we should have a global variable for our browser. Are we initializing entry? So we are initializing right at the beginning of our entry manager. Is our config manager had any dependencies on any of the files before? First of all, it shouldn't. Okay, it seems like it doesn't have any dependencies, which is good news. Okay, it doesn't seem to have any dependencies. So if we change the config manager to the front, in our entry manager, we should be able to. Oh, wait. We cannot do it because in the multi-language and effect manager, we actually changed something that will affect our config manager actually. And for the multi-language and effect manager, they should be dependency free. Yes, they should be dependency free. But is our entry manager? Should we change our entry manager? Oh, we're directly changing. Okay, we are making the browser check. Okay. So we are directly saving everything to Windows. Yeah, that is a joke that people know about JavaScript as well. Yes, so we're saving everything into Windows, which means inside here we can also check Windows for our browser. Like this. And how we're testing it, we're using Safari. Hmm. Right, so uh this is very ugly. Alright, that's not okay. I hate this. This shouldn't be doing. It shouldn't be done like this. Yeah, it just shouldn't be done like this. Oh, yep, yep, yep. Okay, so let's not do it like that because that is too ugly to be accepted, and just cannot bear with it. The part that we will want to change is that we want to confirm for our manager that when it is first code, when it got uh, basically when it is first, yes. So when it got called for the first time, it already have all the parameters set, which I will say it might not be true for our index mobile. For our index mobile, what we are trying to do is that we're trying to set parameters here. But maybe we should pass that information in the initialization instead of setting it here, right? Because these three are theoretically parallelly executed. Really? Not really, because in the HTML code, they should still be executed one by one. But inside the initialize, is it sync or async? Inside initialize, it is sync. So these initialization are synchronized with other functions. So that could be the problem. Okay. Yeah, that could be the problem. But hmm. But this doesn't make 100% sense to me. Okay, okay. Init core, create layout, init configuration. Hmm. Okay. Test mobile entry, test multi-thread. Hmm. It's do we code the machine learning function inside initialization anywhere? Init core. Let's see. Start the camera, load the model, and hook the model. That's it. That's it. Load ML model and hook the model. That's it. So in load ML model, we are loading all the ML model. That's it. And we hook the function on result. Alright, so it seems like we definitely still have to change something. Here, that's called limited. On result or model config. In model config, we will try to load Ooh, I'm thinking how, because we all know that in Safari the execution is quite troublesome. Like we are not able to get the parameter to be set to false in the first time when we code. So could it mean that in Safari the HTML execution is actually parallelized? The JavaScript inside HTML execution is actually async, not sorry, it's synchronized, not async. This is very much possible. This is possible, and if that is true, that could be the reason why we're able to get the code to run in Chrome and like basically anywhere else other than Safari. And we know that the iPhone Chrome browser, although that's Chrome, is actually based on Safari. Do you know the iPhone Chrome browser is based on Safari? It is based on Safari though. So that could be the reason. That could be the reason. Hmm. Okay. Okay. I think we're getting somewhere. I think we're getting somewhere. Ah. Okay. Okay. But if we're able to get past, let's check and let's check. We should already be setting the parameters, right? Yes, we should already have the parameter set. How is it not set? I still don't fucking understand. Okay, so one good thing about Safari as well is that we can also test locally. So let's start Safari again. And see the local host. Okay, now what we want, index mobile. Okay, let's open up the Safari test window to point it to the correct window. That is currently still bugged. And we open up new is not an object. Get language visual effect. What? What? Create layout 185. But we didn't get any error. In initial config, things bugs out. What the fuck? Evaluate in initial config. In the create layout, things got bugged. Okay, so can we refresh it? And is it? This is actually a repeatable event. Type error. GUI is not an object. Okay, let's see. Create layout GUI layout 185. And let's see in our code. Wait a second. Yes, 185. Null is not an object. Effect box button. is not created. What the heck? New is not an object. Get language. What? Evaluating. How? I don't understand how this can go wrong. I don't fucking understand. How can this go wrong? 185. Are we not getting the object? There is no reason why we're not getting object, right? Oh, we could. Okay, so it is possible we're not getting object because we are using a new file. So let's see if this will actually work for Safari. Again, allow. Okay, we're getting fail somewhere to get the. Okay, this one is fine. What? What the fuck? Unhandle promise rejection. Null is not an object. Huh? What the heck? SRC. What the fuck? Okay, so why is the model stopped now? Is there a reason why the model stopped now? Okay, first of all, again, that stop our Chrome version. We're having too much things running at the one time. Uh, and then we want to check is our hand object SRC hand object. But this should be updated correctly, right? Let's refresh everything. Okay. Let's see. GUI layout 618. 618. This one is new. We only executed. We could be executed it. Okay, because this is not a thing, it seems. So how do we prevent this from getting error when we don't have the object created yet? Which is very stupid though. I mean, Safari, what the hell? What the hell? Is there a loop 4? This is there a very ugly loop 4? JS run after for loop. There are just no good method, it seems. Yeah, I don't think there's a. Yeah. Yeah. Everyone on Stack Overflow is also using. It's also using the ugly approach. Okay. Yeah. 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 Let's just do it then. It seems like there's just no good way. Okay. But if that is true, this is also true, right? I should fail at both. Okay. Um. Right. So this is very ugly. I really don't like this code, but it seems like for Safari we need this to work. Um. That is just bad, I would say, but yeah. There is no other way, it seems. Moves length +1. Sorry, -1. Um, and we will have this line here. All right, let's see if that can get Safari to actually work. What the heck? What the heck? The object should already be created. Six to four. Six to four. Okay, we're still bugging here. I don't get it. Create move layout 5. Control manager 35. Let's see for control manager. 35 should be init, right? What? That is a load VRN. Huh? Create mood layout. Interesting. So does it mean create layout, low VRM, create mood layout, and after that, do we set anything? No, we just created, and inside the creation, there's a bug. That code to here. So create move layout 538624. Create 538. Yes. You are telling me when we are rounding this line, we had looped through everything. And this hand object that should create the image, set the src, is still not initialized? How the F come? How the F come? How is that even possible? Okay. I don't like this. But let's see. Is that the case? I really don't think that could be the case. Okay, what's the next? New is evaluate hand diff style. What the heck? 6 to night. Ma. I had enough. Of these shit. Okay, that should work, right? This should work. I don't see how it doesn't, but I mean that's Safari, man. So let's see. What the heck? New is not an object. 629. Okay, let's refresh it again. What? I already. Oh fuck. Is there a spell error? Is that it? Okay, anyway, let's check. Allow. Fail to load resources. So okay, that one we don't doesn't matter. And we have the log. We have the UI loaded. We have the different model loaded. Weird. We only have the mood loaded. We don't have the hand gesture. The one that is collapsed is disappearing. What the fuck? Element. And by seeing the sidebar, the mood, we are having these two both as display none. Why though? Why? How come? Okay, it doesn't really matter that much. Okay, so we're not getting these two objects. When we're running the loop, is it because the new track image mode, where is it? Sorry. The set track mode select. Is it because the get tracking mode function is not getting the correct tracking mode. I will hypothesize that that is the case. Face. What the fuck? It should be face only, right? What the it should be. Where is it? Where is the tracking mode? Where is the tracking mode? Face. Ah, that could be the problem. Then, well, are we not getting any error then? Okay, so this is definitely the problem though. Only. Ooh, if that is the case, I think we are messing up quite a lot of configuration. Uh, Holy shit, let's check. Okay, we should have the new version up. What the fuck? This is not the new version. Why? I thought we have that updated. Is it failed? Does it failed? It failed. Why is it failed? Check the daemon. The latest one failed. That is fucked up. Alright, so the latest one, the latest push to the production failed. Which is fine, I'm guessing something went wrong with GitHub, but we could also evaluate it with our local host, and I'm guessing there's something wrong with our code as well. So let's see. If we set it to face, and if we set a parameter to not save, and if we refresh everything, yeah, the face tracking will be missing. That is the problem. So here, if we're doing this, we are seeing that. Okay. So that is not the Safari problem. That is our own problem, and we have to fix it. Right here, right now. That's something that need to be fixed right away. So that's have to push a quick fix. Up to date with. Okay. What are we changing anyway? Okay, we're changing that. Okay. We're changing the GUI. What do we change in the GUI? Okay, we changed those. Yes. Okay. 21. Tracking mode quick fix. push. Git checkout develop, and we merge our develop branch again. Cool. And nice. Okay, we have things synchronized. And now these should be working. Okay. So we need to figure out why the code is not changed in our production deployment. But maybe we can find that out later. And we can see the Safari changes as well. Okay, so it definitely run for a short while. Like, I'm not sure how many frames is it. Can we check? Okay, these are still opened. Inside a setting, in the general, are we seeing what the heck? Get CMV. False. That is interesting. That is problematic. Okay, I'm just getting a lot of error. That is specifically to Safari. That is hard to debug. Okay. The machine learning is running. Can we just stay a little while to see what is the next machine learning frame? Huh. What the heck? So the machine learning frame is running like 45 frame per second. What is the code thread? Let's see. So inside our inside our health manager, we should have some function. Okay, ML FPSQ. Let's see. Yes, we do have 40 something ML frame, and in our visualization queue, we do get something that is like 10-ish frame per second. We do see that our model is kind of like briefing. It is briefing, but the model result is not linked to the front end. How come? How could that even be the case? How could that even be the case? So are we keep sending the same friend to the? Are we keep sending the same friend? Holy shit! I think that is possible. Given how stupid. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. That is what is happening right now. The video stop. What the fuck? The video stop. Yeah, that's the reason. Oh yeah, and that should be the same reason, right? That should be the same reason for our mobile phone. Yes, I remember it. The video will stop. Ah, oh man. Okay. So I think we are debugging the correct place. Why our mobile phone stop running the model? It is because the video stopped. So the video stopped. When the video stopped, we know. Okay, I think the deployment is really getting some trouble here. Hmm. Hello, Lucifer. I'm from Taiwan. I'm currently in the UK though, so that's why uh, the time that we're currently streaming is in the UK time. But I'm from Taiwan, and I will actually go back to Taiwan a few weeks later. Next week, actually, I'll go back to Taiwan next week. Cool. Right. By the way, Lucifer, I think you just tuned in. We're trying to debug why our website, why the OpenLive3D, the software that we're developing right now, the VTuber software that we're developing right now, cannot be executed on our mobile phone. And we found that the mobile phone driver is Safari. So the mobile phone Chrome driver. So the Chrome is actually based on Safari in our iPhone. So we're trying to use Safari to debug this. And inside Safari, we open out our browser, and the interesting that we see is that we can get we already spend a lot of time to get it running, right? So it is running now in Safari. However, what the fuck? Wait a second. The web page was reloaded because of a problem occurred. This didn't happen before, but anyway. But we found that if we're calling the same function, which is get friend from the video, too many times, the function will return a stall image. And we hypothesize that this is actually the same, exactly the same problem to our mobile phone. So we are trying to solve it right now. And we are also checking why the production deployment is not happening yet. Is there a way that we can track it? I think there is a way in the action that we can track. We can track where our things are going. Okay, but okay. But we don't seem to see. Yeah. Mm. That is interesting. We don't seem to see the GitHub page updated though. Okay. Safari video pause. Specify when you are attempting to view and setting sub video from automatic loading. These are not what I want to check. Safari video stock. Okay, let's just stop playing JS. Video is playing Chrome but not playing Safari browser. Yeah, it's not browsing. Okay, this is probably not what I want to see. Webcam. Live is not captured properly. Okay. I think this is what we want to see. Note that I'm not used to, but interesting. Okay, so does it mean that we could get it to work if we have the video loaded? No? This is fucking interesting. What the fuck? Oh, this one. Holy shit. I what the fuck? What is the problem though? Ah, fuck, man. Yeah. For anyone that is still here, I'm still trying to debug Safari. Uh, yep. So it seems like Safari will automatically try to turn off. Will automatically try to turn off your uh, video when the video is not captured. Is it? No, it doesn't necessarily true because when I don't have the video running, it's not initializing like it should. The video is still getting up and is still capturing one image. Hello, Brick. Uh, we're still debugging in Safari. Uh, just like now, as you can see, the model is completely gone. So what we see here is that it seems like inside Safari, the video initialization uh, is troublesome. So we are able to get the initial image going. So that's why the model is still getting the initial image, but everything just stuck here. So if we select the camera, like if we select another camera, currently we have iPhone binding to it. If we select the camera, uh, things will go again. And if we select the camera back, we can also get the camera back again. However, the model is completely gone, which is another issue that we cannot identify. So there are two issues now. One is that the video will not autoplay. Sorry, the webcam will not autoplay. And the second issue is that when we actually capture the information from the model, so from the machine learning, the avatar, the VRM, will just disappear. So let's see what went wrong with the VRM. Uh, First of all, let's debug our VRM if it is still alive. Holy shit! Is it stuck? Why? Multi-thread? What the heck? I'm in console, right? Auto. Okay. Why am I not running JavaScript like what I should be able to? What the fuck is going on? Allow? Okay, so something is bugged out for the development console. Let's start again. Okay. What I want to check is, yes, we do have a model here, and when we open it, when we open the video, when we click to another camera, and when we click back, our model is gone. And let's check again for our current VRN. And yes, in this current VRN, what do we want to check? I want to check its position, where it goes. I'm hypothesizing that the hip position is disappearing, right? So this is something that I would like to check. Let's see, in the test, let's create a temporary for everyone to see. I move it here. Let's see if we can get this from our what? I spelled it correctly. VRM. Okay. And let's get the what? So we already have hips. Cannot access uninitiated. What the fuck? You are saying that cannot create duplicated variable hips. And when I call the variables, you are saying that this is an uninitiated variable? Alright, let's call it T hips. And T hips is an object that we can get. Okay, so T hips position. Okay, we are seeing the result, right? So good. So the reason why our model disappeared is that in the position, it is set to a non-existing position. It's set to none, which is good for our tracking. So at least we know that we need to track where we are changing the hips position. So in the hips position, we are not doing too much of a process. First of all, default XYZ. We do have a default XYZ value. Cool. So this hips position equals to default XYZ. What the heck? Okay. Hips position. It's still none. Okay, so it means that even when we are trying to set it to a normal value, something will still modify it and it will go wrong somehow. So we still need to track where in the code that we're trying to modify the hip position. So let's see, hip position, and the default XYZ is true. So those are fine. And here we're changing the XYZ. So in the update position, we're changing the hips position. And XYZ, all XYZ seem to be boxed out. So we can hello, yeah, Ghostweb, what's up? I put my Chrome browser on desktop mode and OpenLive3D open. Yes. Yes. Can we have Chrome browser on mobile? Okay, so let's see. iPhone, Chrome decimal. Can we do it? How do I request that? Uh, decimal iPhone. What are we exactly using hips to position? We're using hips to position to uh, make the model like slightly adjust its places, like what we're doing now, and also the foreground and background, like back and forth. That's yes, that's how we are doing it. So, by the way, Ghost Web, are you also using iPhone? It's just so open Safari browser, Chrome. This is not Safari. Click it. Is this one or? All right, let's see. Desktop version of the website on mobile browser. Request desktop website. Is it? Yeah, I think Android you can do it, but I think for iPhone, yeah, I think for Android you can do it though. Ah, phone Chrome desktop mode. Yep, that is on your Android device. Open Chrome. So yeah. So on iPhone, I don't think that is possible. Really? Okay, so okay, so I think there it is saying that we can request Chrome desktop mode. Desktop mode. Okay, so that's it. Let me check. Let me check. Yes, I'm using Chrome. I'm not using Safari. I'm using Chrome on my phone for sure. Uh, I'm not using Safari because we all know that Safari sucks. The only reason why I'm testing Safari on my browser is because on iPhone, the Chrome is based on Safari. Right, so, all right, so I am opening it up and launch your website in the Chrome browser. Select the pop-up menu. Where is that? What the fuck is that? Okay. And or three dots menu. Okay, three dot menu. From the bottom right corner and click request desktop site. I am checking my phone. Request desktop site. Okay. And it is not working. Right, so that let me say it is definitely iPhone's problem. So on my phone it is not working. Right. So because there are a lot of problems, right? We already know that the first problem is that we do try to block mobile. That is the first problem. The second problem is that we try to block Safari. Second problem. The third problem is that in Safari, there is a thread. Uh, there is a thread control that will box out the worker. That's the third problem. The fourth problem is that even if you successfully bypass that worker creation problem, the video will not autoplay. That is the fifth problem. And there is a sixth problem, is that uh, some of the control parameters that we are trying to control for the positions are not correctly passed to the VRM model, and the VRM model will got a not a number value that just make the model disappear. That is the sixth problem, right? So we have all these six problems to solve. If you are on Android phone and if you set the mobile to the desktop mode, you're bypassing everything, right? None of that will be a problem. But if you are on iPhone and when you are open up your Chrome browser, know that you will get all the problem because first of all you are on a phone. Second of all, Chrome browser on iPhone is based on Safari. So we will still identify the browser as Safari although you are still using Chrome. I already have both of these checked out in Chrome, so we can still open the website, but then we get into the third problem. That is, the initialization of the worker will cause problem, and the code will not start. Right. So let's do the documentation of it. Right. So let's list down the documentation of it. Because this is like also part of what we want to do today, right? Problems. First one, let's change it to, the first one is mobile is blocked. Second one is Safari is blocked. Third one is worker initialization. And the fourth one is even if you bypass the worker initialization, you get into it, video autoplay failed. And the next one is ML result not pass to VRM. VRM disappear. Is there a sixth problem? I think I thought I list six. But anyway, if we're using Android and we're using desktop mode, basically we bypass everything, right? But Safari worker initialization, Safari video autoplay failed, and Safari ML result not passed to VRM will still all exist if we're using iPhone. Let's not use Safari. Let's use iPhone. Right? iPhone will have all these problems. Even if we bypass the first two. So that's why we're still seeing everything is stuck. Because do we have the production deployment ready? Okay, still not there. How come though? How come? I don't see why that's not updated. We have all the assets. That is so weird. How do we check GitHub page deployment? disable GitHub page and then enable it again in repo setting. Let's try it. I'm a bit desperate now, so I want to try it. I think GitHub page is somewhere here. Okay, DNS check in progress. What? Is there anything that is bugging out? Let me check my DNS server. Yeah, things should go fine. This DNS server should work until like uh what the fuck? Wait for this to change. This might be okay. Alright, so it might take us a day for the new GitHub page to be updated because it's running this DNS check. I just checked my DNS server. It should be up and going until the end of next year, and it will auto refresh as well. So we shouldn't be worried about that. The thing that this thing, uh, yeah. Oh, it's just what? What? Okay, so the DNS check succeeded. It should mean that they should be pushing this development, right? Okay, I'll wait for 10 more minutes to see if that's actually successfully pushed. Okay, okay, cool, cool. Let's get back to our problem. Right, so we know that uh, these are the problems that we listed. And with these problems, uh, that's not care about the mobile problem right now. Okay, so I'm guessing there could have another problems, which I think I definitely have to check. Uh, let's refresh the page again. What the heck? What the heck? Allow. Alright, yeah, this still doesn't work. Nope. I don't, but I don't I don't know how to get it to work. Okay. So one possible thing is that we still need to wait for this to deploy, and the deploy is still not started. And inside setting, inside the pages, the thing that we just learned is that we could potentially disable and enable it again. But I don't want to do it. Deploy from branch master. And is it deploying? I'm afraid. Okay, I'm not exactly sure. Is it trying to deploy? We are not sure. How do we force the deploy to start though? It's just okay. Say change reflect in your browser. Right. So I want to check uh why is the deploy not failing? Is it because of the GitHub is just not going too well? No, I think GitHub is currently working alright. If GitHub is working out alright, why is the code not getting deployed? Alright, let's forget about that too again. And first of all, let's keep debugging the Safari then. If we are not able to get anything on that to work. Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah. Yeah, Safari sucked so much, and I completely agree with that. Uh, we just have to figure out a way to understand what is currently inside the information. So if we see the get, if we are trying to check the get VRM movement, okay, in the get VRM movement, we are getting a lot of not a number, and and a lot of not a number. It's just it is so much not a number. What the fuck? Okay, so first of all, we know that this is probably not a math error, right? Okay, we're not sure if that is not a math error because in our Chrome browser, we are actually able to get a number, and this never exists. Not a number. So this could be a problem. But let's check. One possible result is that the machine learning result is already returned, not the number. Another possible result is that the machine learning result is good, but the conversion is returning a failed result. So how do we check that? We can check the machine learning result first. So to check the machine learning result, I think what we could do, let's see the get latest info. And inside get latest info, we are already doing some conversion. And inside this conversion, we can see that interestingly, the hand information seems to be correct, or mostly correct. The mouse information, pitch, right eyes, okay, roll, tilt, XYZ, yaw, these are all not a number. Okay, but this is not machine learning result. This is a converted result as well. We will. It just means that after interpolation, the before interpolation they already fail. So that is not caused by interpolation because we're get last result, which is without interpolation result. So let's see. Before we before we do that interpolation, we are posting info into it, right? So it's called push info. So let's see push info. In the push info, we are trying to get the temp info, which is the unholistic results. And the temp info should be the same as the last info, which so we don't need to check. But holistic result, we are getting it here. Are we saving this result anywhere? Are we saving this E anywhere? Can we see this? Nope. We cannot see this. Let's create a temp result. And the temp result will be equals to unholistic result. And by doing that, we should be able to see the temp result. This is a bad practice, but we have to make something work. Okay. Sorry again. Okay. The JavaScript console failed again. Let's open it up. Okay. This was reload because of problem occurred. Let's reload again. Is there allow and never ask again? Fuck. Anyway, so we are able to somehow Okay, anyway. Get back. Okay. And where is the results? Temp result. Oh, temp result. Okay, so we do have a temp result. Let's see. Let's see. We do get reasonable temp result, it seems. Face mesh. Let's see. So 541006698. 5206. Okay, so we are getting the result updated in the machine learning from here. The result somehow is missing. When the code is trying to handle it. Inside, not the interpolator, inside the manager, right? Right inside the manager, because here the result is still good. So, what happened? So, from what I am guessing, wait a second. We also need to check the parameter. Okay, phase. Nice. Pose, no pose. Yes. So the only one that we have is phase. And the phase is somewhat still reasonably working. So we know that this function, merge point, is working out alright. But phase to info, because we know that here when we are having this temp info, where the fuck is temp info? Oh yeah, we are having this temp info updated from here. When we are doing this temp info, we're trying to update temp info from a lot of different places, it seems. Yep. On phase landmark results, we're trying to update using the phase info and key points, which should be correct. To update the temp info. And when the temp info got inserted in interpolation, let's watch again. New info, yes. This is already failed, it seems. Array time info. Let's see. Array time info. Yes. Time. Yes. Yes. Okay, so these are already set to problematic values. Doesn't mean that the calculation here. I am really afraid of this get sensitive scale. What? I'm really afraid that this could go wrong. Let's see. Alright. Yeah, temp info. Let's see. Because temp info is also up there. Yep, temp info is failed. Row. Let's see. I'm afraid that this could be the problem. Get default info shouldn't be problematic, right? Yep. We got a lot of 0. And yep, there are 0. Good. And the only problem that could go wrong is the SR. I don't see anything else could go wrong. So let's test it. We got value from it. We got value from it. Then how can it fail? Fuck, man. This is weird. Okay, so what about we do it like this? Let me show you the code I'm writing. Sorry. What about we do it like this? Is not a number. Is not a number. Yes. So we have the function here. So what if is not a number? Can we check JS condition short? Yes. Okay. Is not a number. 0 v. How about that? I think that makes sense. Is not a number. Here is v. And yes. Okay, let's just test these two. And for video control, change to another one, change it back. Holy shit, it's working! We got a Safari working! Oh my goodness, that is so much Shit. I mean, how can all of these went wrong? Uh, okay, so that's when we know it, it's like not a problem to solve. But before we know it, it's like how come everything just keep going wrong? Okay, so hands, uh, hands, no hands, uh, pose, face. Yes. Okay, so we have the manager updated. We got Safari even to work, right? So even Safari can work. The frame rate is like shitty as hell, but we know why the frame rate is shitty. And also another problem that we have to fix is the Safari webcam autoplay. Yes. So we're suffering several headache for it to work. Yes. So now let's see. Let's open up the PowerPoint, and this now what we have already solved. Let's also the test. Okay, cool. So mobile is blocked, Safari is blocked. These two, we got them to work. iPhone worker initialization, we seems to get it work, I believe. Okay. iPhone video play fail, not working. And L result not passed to VRM, solved. Okay, so let's see. This is not iPhone video now. Sorry, this is our Safari uh, video not working. But iPhone is using the same pro mechanism. So let's apply. I didn't copy. Apply. Good. So now let's get the Safari video autoplay to work. And let's just search for the reason why it doesn't work. First of all, let's refresh it. Still not deploy. Okay, this problem. Okay, let's forget about it for a while because we're still going to do a lot of changes recently. So let's not worry about it not deploying. And the thing that we want to know is Safari webcams not autoplay, not playing JS. Uh, okay, so what is the method that we're getting for our webcam to work? Let's see. By the way, let's go so see the test. Oh, by the way, it seems like our Safari has stuck. And hell, what the fuck? There is no error. There is no error. It just stuck. There is no error. What? What? Okay, so what is this message? It's slow, so it should still be working. So let's see the capture. the heck? Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. This is the video stock, so we know it. Okay, cool. So, wait a second. Interesting. So the iPhone does work. So I'm using the iPhone camera now. Okay. Get it back. And it also work. Okay. That is good. This is not a problem though. So yes, so video autoplay. Let's get back to video autoplay. And the reason why we want to check our code is because the camera control is here, Media Manager, and we're using Media Device, Emirate Device. To do the list camera, that's fine. To do the start camera, what are we doing? We are using set user media. Is that it? We're using set user media. That is it. But we are. I think that's it. Get user media. Not playing. Okay, interesting. We are getting the camera ID from it. Device ID. So what if we check if that is Safari? Although it's a very bad idea, but just for testing, I really wanted to check if browser is Safari. If browser is Safari, get CMV, current camera ID, set camera string. Will this even fucking work? Let's see. This will not work. Haha. But I do set the video stream. I do set the video stream. Video stream set. Yes, I do set the video stream. So that is not a problem. The problem is that the video is just not going. The webcam is mod, but not work on Safari. This work with Chrome, but not with Firefox. Okay, so I think that we should be on this get user media. Get user media. Okay. Not working on Safari. the existing stream. Okay, there are a lot of people getting similar error, so I'm not the only one who is suffer from this. From Apple's extremely stupid practice. According to get is deprecated and is not supported in Safari browser. What the fuck? Instead, you can use media device, which better support in different browser. But this is not the problem. Okay, so I'm not talking about this one. Get the existing stream is killed. This will no limitations of get user media in Safari. Back as 2018. Hmm. How do I find for Safari? I can use in my JavaScript code webcam. It is working for Chrome, but not for, I know is not supported. But Safari doesn't support WebRTC, so hence you can use Get Media Legacy to develop menu. This is not the problem that I'm facing. Hmm. Hmm. Could it be because? Alright, so anyway, what about let's use a very stupid set timeout function to try to get it to work. What about like this? 1 second. Will it even fucking work? Allow. What the heck? Doesn't make sense though. So we already know that if we change to another cell phone, this will work, and this will also work. And even if we close the window, it will still work. Why is it not working? It doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense for me to. What are the other things that is called when people call this set camera? Set video stream. I think set video stream is code in control manager. No? Is it directly code in GUI? Shouldn't, right? Okay, it's directly coding. Go ahead. Set camera. Yeah, why? Stop playing. Mm. I tried to code. Mm. I tried to code the same stream for it to set up like this, but it doesn't work. Um, uh, if we set these two as async, would it be better? But can we set these two as async? That's the we're just randomly changing things or whatever. Shoot. Um, 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 um. Uh, fuck, man. Why do we have to select the camera back and force for it to work? It doesn't make sense though. And async or not async, both will work fine. And we can still set a video stream set. Is it not just for the media to work? Okay, so that's first. I think we already. Okay, so let's try it again. Let's try it again. So this is stocked. Mm, how do I know if everything is working correctly? Can we just use like capture, capture, autoplay? Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, this could be the problem though. Hmm. Okay, that that's check. Mm, that's check. Get track 0. How do we know the status of it? Media string track. By the way, can everyone see the debugging string that we're working? Yes. Okay. So get media string track. Enable true. ID video. Yes, yes, yes. Ready status live. Unended, unmute, ready status live. Enable. I think there are some function that we're trying to check if the video is playing. Capture ready. Status is 4. So it is ready. It seems like the ready status is basically this ready status, right? It's live. So when it is live, it's basically playing, but the video is currently not playing. How do we debug this? Safari autoplay video status. Webcam autoplay video status. What the fuck? In your Safari app, Safari setting, click website. To apply a setting to a website, autoplay, allow all autoplay. Okay, let's check if that is inside Safari setting. Safari setting. Click website. And then autoplay. Allow all autoplay. Let's see. Allow. Nope. Nope. It's still stuck. Load. Yep. This is just stuck. So this function doesn't really work. Let's remove this function because it's making it extra messy. So let's just remove it. Why is there a video stream set? Hmm? What the fuck? I removed the code, right? Is it still queued? $73. Hmm? Video stream set 73. Doesn't make sense though. 73 is before we save the file, and now we're saving it, the file. By the way, just remove this file. GUI config landmark index mobile. Yep, still need to modify it somehow. Interpolator should work. Manager health. Yeah, let's not care about health. Control manager. Let's get it still. Okay. So now what we're seeing is that inside media manager, we save the file. And in Safari, we are trying to force reload. Uh, we are trying to force reload. And for the camera, okay, the camera is still not working, but we're running with the new file, which is one positive sign. But just one positive sign. Okay. So change camera settings in Safari doesn't work. What about? Hmm. Okay. There are a lot of things I still want to test. Okay, let's see. Let me close that windows a bit. I want to check if these two videos will stop. In Safari. What the heck? How to add a new tab in Safari? I don't even know how to add new tab. Okay. What the fuck? Okay, 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 okay. Oh, is that so? Allow. And it seems like it is not just interesting. Okay, 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 okay. Cool, 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 cool. So copy link address. So I think this is a universal problem that at least I'm facing. That I'm facing with all of the websites that I have. Uh, yep, the heuristic doesn't even work. Great. Okay, so what if I reload this? I'm currently testing a website that will show my face, so I don't want to. Okay, great. So yes, so for all the for all the basically for all the media capture that I wrote before, these just doesn't work. So we have to test the media pipe official face mesh and see how their model is working. I think their model does provide a web page code example, and inside the code example there's a code pane, and let's copy this and pass it on Safari. The reason why I want to try this is because I want to know if their example work. Enable webcam allow. So their model definitely work. Okay, so now what we need to do is to copy paste somebody else's webcam example so that we can use the webcam example for our use case, because apparently our webcam example doesn't work. Doesn't work universally. Mm-hmm. Let me see. All right, so it is 7:45 now. Video webcam. All right, it is 7:45 now, and that just lists this as a problem to solve because uh, I'm in the office, and the office restaurant actually closed at 8, so I got to eat there. And yeah, thanks everyone for participating today. I think we learned a lot. We tried to tackle the problem. We are not able to solve all of it. However, we're actually able to get the Safari to work. If you restart the camera again, we're not able to get it to work, to get the autoplay work in the first time. But we also see that there are some other example. For example, for example that media pipe provided, they are able to get the Safari webcam open up in the first time. So we should be able to do some copy paste tomorrow, or at least we list that as a to do for tomorrow, which is good. So uh, in the task that we will be doing tomorrow is that we will have a better UI check, but we already do some of the UI update today. Yet, I will definitely claim that we made some progress in mobile. And let's check the PowerPoint. Right, so these are the 5 known problems for mobile, right? So we have the 2 blocks enable, we have the worker initialization bypassed, we have the Safari, we have the ML result not passed to VRM, and the VRM will disappear. We also make it correct. And the Safari video autoplay failed. We will make it as to do, which is great. Right, so for to do, we will have an inventory of what we will do tomorrow because we already changed the UI today. So what we will do tomorrow is that we will have an inventory of what can be done in the future, and including this to do, of course. We will try to fix it, and after we fix that, I think we can happily remove the limitation for Safari as well, and hopefully by doing this, the website will also be working. Ooh, that is congratulations. Cool, cool, cool. Right. So yes, thanks everyone for coming today, and I think that will be the end of the stream today. And yeah, thanks everyone. Bye bye. See you tomorrow then.